na vile niliwabondesha. Did you do it?
We identified that all the gender-based violence cases we were receiving, most of them were intimate partner violence, and we were able to come up with an innovation where we are able to put together the family and see how we can tackle. And the innovation that we came up with was just a pure table banking innovation, where we were able to put the survivors, GBV survivors together, and we were able to economic empower them. And right now, those are the survivors that can be able, we also trained them to become champions, to be able to champion for the rights of others. So most of the survivors that we trained are the ones who manage our social justice center. In terms of rescues and referrals, we can, from 2018 up to date, we can say we have achieved we have an achievement of being able to put cases of sexual and gender-based violence, following them up and making sure they are in the process of court process to completion, psychosocial support for even the survivors, using or working with these champions of women. As a network we have also identified how we can work together and how we can sort out our problems. And the other problem that we looked at was the problem of, lack of a safe space for these survivors, and especially for defilement cases where we have children and we cannot be able to put them anywhere. So we also came up with a system where we adopted, together with the children's department in our area, we were able to identify foster parents where we are able to rescue children, and currently Nyando Social Justice Center is handling 10 foster parents, well-trained, and they are able to stay with the children, and especially those children who are passing difficulty situation. In 2021, we were identified that the most active and effective and the best social justice center in Kenya, and we say that is an achievement. In 2023, this year, we won the best innovation, which was we were identified more than 100 partners were involved, and we became number 1. So currently we are waiting to receive some cash, $100,000 after becoming number 1. I want to thank comrades who really assisted us and identified us as one of the best social justice centers. Thank you. Because of the work that we have been doing and the impact that we have in the community, you know, of course, you must have some few challenges, but the main challenge that we've been having is having some few conflicts here and there with the duty bearers, and the main duty bearers. When you talk about sexual violence and gender-based violence and human rights violation and police brutality and also issues of accesses, this, of course, our main partner or our main person to work with is the police. So definitely, as a social justice center or as human rights defenders working in social justice centers, we have been having some conflicts with police because of the cases that we have been following and making sure that this case go to complete. And you know, when you want to complement the work, but this person you want to complement the work with is not recognizing you, is a challenge, a big challenge. So Nyando Social Justice Center has had some conflicts, a few. We even did a letter of the issues of cases of defilement that were being compromised, cases of gender-based violence that were being compromised at Ahero police station. But some times back, and that is only 2021, 2022, we complained, but we were seeing very, very minimal action from where we were complaining to. But I want to thank all the partners that have been working with that, and especially Amnesty International, Kituo cha Sheria. We have people like Defenders Coalition who have been bailing us out every time we have been arrested, because most of the HRDs get arrested and we are framed charges, and those are some of the challenges that we receive. On 19th, you remember when the opposition leader, Honorable Raila Odinga, asked for, and the team, this is the Azimio team, asked for demonstrations. and they have been demonstrating for some time. And in Sabasaba, as human rights defenders, we normally celebrate our gains because we participated. Personally, I participated, and also the other human rights defenders participated in the gains that we can see today. Even coming up with the Constitution 2010, we really participated. And on 7th July, we normally celebrate Sabasaba because we want to celebrate the gains. So, as Nyando Social Justice Center, we did not exactly participate in the demos, but we normally document whatever violation that happened. And you know, documentation, when we talk about documentation, this time we were very sensitive because post-election violence documentation was not being done very well there before. So this time we were prepared, Amnesty prepared us, the Defenders Coalition prepared us, so we were there positioned. So if you were in a position to document, you know what was happening this time. And there was some conflict that we didn't have dead bodies, we had dead bodies, but when you were at the ground, you know, yes, we had dead bodies and we had documentation. So on 19th of that month, we were on the ground documenting. We did not participate in the demo, but the 3 days demo, we had closed our office. But definitely at around 11:30, I got a call. I was at home. I was working from home. I got a call and I was told that our center is burning. And the reason for burning, the eyewitnesses told us that the police station, the police officers who were trying to manage the demonstration, just held more than 10 canisters, what do you call them? Tear gas canisters, thank you. They held more than 10 tear gas canisters to our justice center, which was locked, which did not have anybody, and they were just throwing to the justice center, and our justice center burnt to ashes, because even the people who tried to come and rescue anything from the offices were not given a chance because the police condoned that area, and they were shooting at the people who were coming to rescue anything that was there. So everything was burnt and we lost everything. Currently, as I'm standing here, we do not have a justice center, and the justice center is a home for the survivors of gender-based violence, home for the community that normally come to report to us, home to the children that we normally rescue, that we are fostering, and it is home to the whole community that has been working with us, and home to more than 50 human rights defenders. And Nyando Social Justice Center is also mother to more than 45 social justice centers that have been set up in Western Kenya region. So right now, we do not have a social justice center. Today here, I come and I want to thank Amnesty International for giving me this chance to speak and also encourage all the other human rights defenders that are in this room like me, and to give them an encouragement that yes, it is not easy, but we can continue to champion for the rights of our people and our community, and we should not relent, or even if, because I believe no human rights defender in this room that has probably the local and grassroots human rights defenders who are in this room that has passed through the challenges that we have in Nyando Social Justice Center, because currently we lost an investment of more than 15 years. So I call upon all of you here, comrades, all the partners who are here, to come together with us, work together with us, so that we can be able to bring up or to rebuild Nyando Social Justice Center, to bring back hope for the people that have been depending and working in that social justice center. Thank you so much, Amnesty, again, for standing with us. We have many comrades who have also stood with us, even in prayers, working with us in solidarity, who are even ready to work with us. We have Defenders Coalition, who have also supported us both financially, even making sure that some of our defenders who are affected, because we have even 3 of them. I believe one of them is here. Beatrice, where are you? Where are you seated? Beatrice is a member who lost everything. Yeah, Beatrice is there. She's one of our members who lost everything because we had rescued her during the floods. You know, Nyando has floods, and she was staying in our center. Our center is also a rescue center when we have disasters in Nyando. So Beatrice is one of our defenders who was staying there because she had lost some of our properties in the floods. And this time now, she lost her everything, and she's not around. There were 3. They lost everything, even documentation and even educational materials, certificates and everything, because they were not able to salvage anything. So we call upon all of you here in this room to come to our aid, assist us, and all the partners, assist us to rebuild Nyando social justice again. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Karen. It is indeed sad what happened. It is even sadder that it was state actors who perpetrated the same. Let us support whenever we can. She's one of our own. As human rights activists, as human rights defenders, an attack on one of us is an attack on all of us, isn't it? Let us support her. Let us support Nyando Social Justice Center. Now on the next session, I want to invite Dr. Stella Bosire. She's the Amnesty International Kenya Vice Chairperson. She's a Vice Chairperson of the board. And a bit about Stella. Stella is a medical doctor. She's a human rights activist, and she's a lawyer. She's pia ametoka US. It is good to note that we have somebody from abroad. Amekuja juu yetu. So I think it's important we welcome her in a special way, right? Karibu sana.
Umechoma kabisa. Good morning, everyone. It's such a pleasure to be with you this morning. I was telling Justice Ogola where I started my journey as an Amnesty activist. I was in medical school when I began. Some of you are still in the university. And I'll tell you as a fact that it really shaped the person that I became as a human rights defender, as a social justice activist, and as a person who believes in the rule of law and who would want to see this transformation that occur. My background is in medicine, global health, infectious diseases, but I'm also privileged to be a lawyer. It gives me such pleasure to host a fantastic discussion here about where we are in terms of the judicial systems, what we've seen over the last couple of years, the tremendous changes that we've seen, but also the challenges that we're experiencing. I have a very, very amazing panel before me. I am going to call upon Ms. Jacinta Nyamosi. Ms. Jacinta Nyamosi is the Senior Assistant Director of Public Prosecution, representing the Office of the DPP. Karibu sana, good morning. I'm also going to call upon, we have a guest from Amnesty International UK, the Executive Director, Sasha Deshmukh. Karibu sana. I would request that you guys come in front here. I don't know if Honorable Yusuf Hassan, who convenes the human rights space in Parliament, is here, the Human Rights Committee. We also unfortunately did not have a representative from the Interior Cabinet Secretary. We requested Professor Kindiki to join us. But we are also privileged to have the Principal High Court Judge of Kenya, Honorable Justice Eric Ogola. Karibu sana, Your Honor. If you could think we'll have the mic, I would request that we come like this so that we share the mic. So there are two parts of this conversation. I'll ask a couple of questions, and then I will open up for 3 questions from the plenary, from the audience towards our plenary on the matters that we're going to discuss. Currently, what we're witnessing as a country, from the economic distress, the rising hate crimes against minorities and vulnerable populations, and the growing perception of the loss of independence of our various judicial offices and state offices. The equality under the law is under threat, and impunity has become the order of the day in the country. We want to discuss with this executive panel, some of whom are involved in direct execution of some of the challenges that we have. And I want to start with Ms. Jacinta. Ms. Jacinta, karibu sana and good morning. Given the tremendous pressure that your office currently faces, how will you insinuate the independence of your office and protect citizens' right to a fair trial? That is something that Kenyans are really grappling with. Karibu sana, Honorable Hassan. Good morning.
Good morning. All protocol observed. Thank you. First and foremost, the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution is enshrined under Article 157 of the Constitution. In itself, that speaks for itself that we are ministers of justice, and we are expected to protect the rights of all persons, including accused persons, complainants, everybody. For us, we are ministers of justice. We do not segregate. That even if I'm processing an accused person in court, I must do it in a very humane way. So for us, we must say that the Constitution itself and Article 157 and also the right to fair trial, which is enshrined under Article 50, in itself gives us a duty as office bearers, as the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution, to ensure that a fair trial is given to an accused person. First and foremost, it's notable that the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution anticipates that when an investigation has been carried out by the investigative bodies, we must process the file, critically look at the evidence, and ensure that what we are presenting in court has sufficient evidence. And this is something we do each day, day in, day out. Notable that when we are satisfied that there's sufficient evidence, we make a decision to charge. And we make a decision to charge based on evidence, and also we look at the public interest. Of course, we have various tools before we come. There are possibilities sometimes that even if you're processing somebody who has been charged, we have other tools which we can use, like diversion. For instance, if it's a child who has who is involved, for instance, or somebody is very vulnerable, even if it's a vulnerable police officer, we need to look at the extent of the offense vis-a-vis. Does it need to go through the criminal justice system? These are some of the things we look at. We also look at plea bargain. Let this person admit that he committed this offense, and then you can be able to process them. They can be able to possibly be given a lighter sentence, depending on the circumstances of the case. So notable is that we as prosecutors, when presenting, we are the people, we are the in-between between the police, we are the investigators, and the courts. We must present evidence to the court in a very palatable way, so that the evidence that is presented in court is admissible, is available, and something which is user-friendly to the court to understand. I know that there are times people have seen videos on X now, what was previously known on Twitter, Facebook, or any other social platform. It's an imagination that when you have received this information in that social network, that's evidence. That is not evidence. It must be processed through investigations, and we must be certain that that evidence is going to be available and properly presented to the court, so that the court can also use it. So for us, we are ministers of justice. We must ensure that all evidence, even evidence which is against, which is not good or user-friendly for the prosecutor, I must table that evidence. Let the court make that decision. So we as an office, we have to ensure that the criminal trial process follows the due process. Yes.
Just in a follow-up question, just in 2 sentences. I'll give you an example of one of the cases that has not gone into hearing because of investigative challenges around the young man who was killed in Kibra, John Carlton. I'm wondering what your thoughts are in terms of the role of the Office of the DPP in terms of accelerating that process so that we have justice, access to justice for the family, for the community. I'm part of the Kibra community, and we still feel there's a hole that needs to be filled that has never been filled for us to get clarity about the death.
All right. Thank you, Van, actually, for highlighting it. That is a department which I'm handling. So I will be able to pull out the matter, possibly find out where the hiccups are. And if the hiccups are something which we can work on as an office, we'll be able to find out how we can be able to, how will best deal with it. I know that sometimes it looks like it's taking long. There could be some challenges either on the investigation, and there may be something small which we need to deal with in the prosecution, or maybe there are some applications which have been made in court. You find that sometimes some of the suspects or the accused persons who have been taken to court will always, they are litigious. This somebody who is facing possibly, you see, like now this one, a life sentence, death sentence, they will want sometimes to block the process. So thank you for bringing to our attention, and we should be able to find out, and we can respond and talk to, we are happy that we work closely with Irungu. I will be able to get back to him, and thank you very much.
Thank you. In that list, we have about 7 names, which we'll add on that list, which are cases that we still have a challenge in, and Amnesty International has been following up on.
Thank you, and
Thank
we are
you
most
so much.
obliged.
Thank you. Sasha, if we were to write the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, we are doing 75 years plus, what would be the changes right now? What would we take into account?
Thank you. Amnesty International is actually going to be doing work over the next few years thinking about the challenge leading up to the 100th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and where there are areas that need to be added or deepened. So it's a great question. I'd start by saying that for a document about rights that is now 75 years old, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights is still very relevant to the world of 2023, and has in many ways, I think, stood the test of time excellently. So I think we're talking about building in important areas within it. And it's important to say that because there are some people who try and claim that the Universal Declaration of Human Rights is not relevant for today, and I'd reject that strongly. And as a guest in this country, and thank you everyone for the welcome and for having me here today in your country, I feel a strong shared common humanity with everyone in this room, which I think is partly based on our understanding of those rights together. But there are some areas where I think the world of 2023 and looking ahead to the world of 2050, there are some areas where I think the Universal Declaration would be strengthened if we were writing it today. Partly, if you look at the introduction to that declaration, and it talks about the context, I think we'd be talking today about the context of the world's climate crisis. I think we'd be talking today about the context of enormous economic disparity. I think we'd be talking about the context of the strength of corporate power and how corporate power transcends borders, and actually how individuals' rights and our shared rights as humanity act in relation to corporate power as well as in relation to governments. There are some areas which I've thought about. You asked me to say which 3 areas. So I could have talked about the right to nationality, Article 15, because I think actually that's something not properly enforced today, and it's not just a right to have a nationality, but a right for that not to be denied as you move around the world. But there are three areas I'd like to focus on. Article 17 and Article 23 together talk about the right to own property and the right to be fairly remunerated in employment. I would say they need to be significantly strengthened. I think the experience of the last 70 years has shown that those rights are rights. The right to own a property is a right that is impossible to exercise if the economics of a country make owning a basic, decent property something that is impossible. And in fact, I'd say that's becoming more challenging in places around the world today. So it's an important right that's there, but I think it would need strengthening. Article 12 and especially Article 16 talk about the important right of the family, and it's important that that's enshrined and that's clear. But I would say that that is another right that we would want to see strengthened. And to be clear, I think what we're talking about is the right of consenting adults not to have government or any other state or powerful actor interfere in their right to love and their right for their bedroom to be their own. And I think that would be made clearer today and should be made clearer today. And many people of different backgrounds, I think, can agree that that space should be the space of consenting adults, but that's not as clear as it could be. And I'd say finally, there's a new area that I would highlight, which of course was not an area of relevance in 1948. The right of your information, your image, your presence in the digital space to be your own is something that, of course, something written in 1948 didn't even realize would be relevant today, but I would say is extremely relevant. And then one final thought on the status of the Declaration itself. Obviously, the Declaration stands as the foundation of human rights. Its application in international law then is applied through a number of covenants and then a number of domestic laws and constitutions around the world. But I would say, looking forward, there should be a right for all citizens of the world, wherever we are, to call on the rights in the Universal Declaration itself and be able to hold our governments to account when we don't feel that those rights are being exercised, by being able to directly call on the rights as set out in the Universal Declaration as citizens of the world, wherever we may be.
Thank you so much, Sasha, for that four-pointer around right to property, right to family, and right to information, image, and presence. And I think in the changing world around globalization and technology and the flow of information, it's very important. But also particularly when you mention about right to nationality, what we're witnessing in the whole world around conflict, around biological threats, around economic threats that are forcing people to try and move from their countries, and how the refugees are being treated is also something that the world needs to stop and rethink deeply again how to handle that. Thank you. Honorable Yusuf Hassan, it's always a pleasure to have you. Karibu sana. If there is a time the legislation in this country has ever been tested, is right now, is that we have an administration that really committed from the beginning to be able to safeguard human rights. But we're seeing a lot of challenges, and when we began to talk about issues around economic, social inequalities around healthcare, education, disparities, poverty, access to basic needs like water and sanitation continues to become an issue with Kenyans. I'm wondering, what are the three legislative-based challenges to the promotion and protection of human rights and constitutional freedoms that preoccupies the newly formed Caucus on Human Rights Committee? What are the top three priorities, if you are to deal with right now, that you would recommend?
Well, thank you. I would say that, let me first maybe say one or two things about the caucus. I'm the chairman of the Parliamentary Caucus on Democracy and Human Rights. And you would wonder perhaps why would Parliament require a caucus of that kind, given the fact that it is the job of Parliament to promote democracy and human rights. But it's not so easy. Parliament is focused on the government agenda, and therefore many basic democratic and human rights are usually forgotten or not given priority because of the other urgent matters of governance. And I think we're also a very fragile democracy, as you have seen recently. And it is always important for us to be vigilant and to be focused on ensuring that, in fact, whatever the circumstances, we should never allow the government of the day to violate the democratic and human rights of the Kenyan citizens because of our own really bad history of having one-party dictatorships and major and repressive policies of the previous government. So I'll say that was the reason it was set up, and we have been in existence for a short time, about 6 months. We have prioritized quite a number of things. First of all, we look and ensure that, in fact, the 4 fundamental rights, freedom of expression, freedom of association, freedom of the press, are absolutely adhered to as far as our Constitution, our Bill of Rights is concerned. And it's something that we're very jealous of, given our own history again. And we make sure that as legislators, in fact, that there will be nothing whatsoever to threaten or impeach on those rights. But of course, the other points that you have mentioned are fundamental as well. Health, education, you know, the right to leave, which is now threatened under the extrajudicial killings that we are seeing. So our caucus is focused to ensure that, in fact, all the legislations that are passed by Parliament adhere to our Constitution. We will not, we will make sure that members are made aware through civic engagement, through engagements, that in fact we do not pass legislations that violate our Constitution. And you will be surprised that I'm saying that, because in the last Parliament, the last 2 Parliament, and I've served in 4 parliaments, by the way, this is my 4th term, is that we've had legislations that have been pushed by the government, the ruling party of the day, which are infringing on our constitutional rights and our democratic and human rights. So we make sure that, in fact, all the legislations are vetted, and we make sure that they are in conformity with our Constitution and our Bill of Rights. The second element is also to promote the enactment or the development or the drafting of legislations that enhance democracy and human rights. And we do this in various ways. There are many gaps in our laws that are required to be filled in terms of the full enjoyment of our constitutional rights. And those are the areas that we are focused, and there are quite a number of legislations, rules and regulations that we are looking at. In fact, there is a committee in Parliament called the Delegated Legislation, which looks at rules and regulations. There are many terrible rules and regulations where you are arbitrarily arrested by some policeman for some archaic legislation that has been left on our legislation by the colonial system. And so we're looking at removing many of those archaic and unconstitutional rules and regulations that are violating the basic rights. For example, the drinking hours or movements at certain hours of the day and night. Legislations that were created by the colonial system to control the African person are still enforced by the county governments, particularly in Nairobi. So we are trying to remove those legislations or regulations out of place, and to make sure that, in fact, we behave and act truly like a democratic state by the legislations we pass, by the implementation of those legislations. And even when legislations are passed, particularly those dealing with human rights, at times the state would argue it doesn't have the funds to implement them. So we're trying to push again for a number of legislations that have been passed by previous parliaments, the legislations that are sitting on the shelves at the moment. We're bringing them back, and we are persuading or pushing for the respective government departments to start implementing those legislations.
Thank you so much, Honorable. Just a quick follow-up question in a minute. What would be your thoughts around the minimum core obligation in terms of looking at having a bipartisan agreement on minimum core obligations towards just ensuring that the lives of Kenyans are bettered? What would you think about that from the Committee of Democracy and Human Rights?
Well, the committee is alert to all issues relating to the Constitution. And, you know, you would obviously have abuses, you know, like recently when there were the political demonstrations, the government use of the police and, to enforce certain regulations obviously impinged on the rights of citizens. And also the disproportionate use of force in kind of bringing or crushing or stopping those demonstrations obviously was a violation of basic human rights as enshrined in our Constitution. So we are constantly making sure that, in fact, when such challenges come up, that as a committee we're up there, as a caucus we're up there to emphasize the fact that the police need to follow the Constitution. Culprits and people who violate in terms of extrajudicial killings, though not acceptable at all, but in fact violators should be brought to book. And police officers should be accountable for their actions in such situation, as well as the government departments that are in charge of those. And there are many other issues. In fact, we're also cognizant of the fact that, in fact, people have the right to water, to decent health. But of course, these are, even in the Constitution, are gradual rights that may not be achieved because of our own economic limitation rather than any other reasons. But of course, it doesn't mean that we shouldn't work on building towards a situation in which our citizens will enjoy absolute full rights as enshrined in the Constitution.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Your Honor, Justice Ogola, human rights violations are often the consequences of corruption and the abuse of office. How does this manifest in the judiciary, and how are you actively eradicating this vice with your many years of experience being in the courts?
Thank you, Dr. Bosire. I will begin by bringing the greetings of the Honorable the Chief Justice, Her Ladyship Martha Koome, whom I'm representing in this presentation. The views that are expressed here are the views of the judiciary in terms of policy and regulations concerning how we combat corruption in the judiciary. It is an honor to be invited to join you for the Amnesty International's Annual Delegates Conference and to be invited to participate in these discussions with this distinguished panel. It is indeed true that corruption and abuse of office are intertwined with the erosion of human rights. In fact, it is a universally acknowledged reality that corruption has an impact on human development as it takes away resources meant for social and economic development for personal gain. So I represent the Chief Justice as the principal judge of the High Court of Kenya. In terms of corruptions and measures taken to mitigate corruption issues and even issues of human rights, you will realize that the divisions of the High Court concerned mostly with protection of human rights are Constitutional and Human Rights Division. We also have judicial review decision, a division which reviews executive orders which affect human rights. But these issues are not limited to these divisions only. We have criminal divisions where there are so many claims about the processes in court which affect human rights. We have family divisions where we have the rights of children being protected. We have criminal and commercial, we have commercial divisions, we have courts of environment and land court. We remember that most of our issues concerning human rights also spring from land, and that is probably one of the most important bases of violations in in human rights. However, incidents of corruption within the judiciary, within the judicial context, manifest in forms of unequal application of the law in the form of bias, favoritism, and miscarriage of justice. It also manifests in the form of lack of independence and impartiality in judicial decision making. The Constitution through Article 1 through Article 10 indicates that the values and principles of good governance, accountability, transparency, and integrity are aspirations that all state organs, state officers, and public officers should aspire to. This is reinforced under Chapter 6 of the Constitution. These constitutional aspirations inform the judiciary's operations. Under the judiciary's strategic vision, that is the vision of social transformation through access to justice, we have made, in quote, enhancing public confidence and trust in the judiciary one of the 5 key outcome areas going into the future. What this means is that combating corruption and abuse of office is a major strategic objective being pursued by the judiciary under the banner championing judicial hygiene, which means swift and firm but fair resolution of complaints. I think this is important because people have been complaining about delay in justice. We'll be able to talk about this and what causes it. The Judicial Service Commission reviewed and updated the Code of Conduct of Ethics, the Code of Conduct and Ethics that guides the conduct of judges, judicial officers, and staff. The reviewed code was launched in 2022 and is relevant to the current context of judicial work. At an institutional level, we are tackling corruption and abuse of office at the judiciary at 2 levels, i.e. through the Judicial Service Commission and the Office of the Judiciary Ombudsman. The Judicial Service Commission is responsible for exercising disciplinary control over judges, judicial officers, and staff. And we have statistics which I have stated how it has done this in the last 2 years and in the current financial year. In the financial year 2020, 2022, and 2023, the Judicial Service Commission processed a total of 118 petitions, 75 of which were brought forward from the previous financial year, and 43 received in this year. Out of the 118 petitions, the Commission processed and concluded 77 petitions. In the same financial year, the Commission received and processed 26 disciplinary cases, and 7 cases were against the judicial officers, 19 were against judicial staff. So that is what the Judicial Service Commission does. And it does that so that it preempts corruption, and where it has been occasioned, it is dealt with promptly. The second avenue is through the Office of the Judiciary Ombudsman. The Judiciary has established the Office of the Ombudsman under the Office of the Chief Justice to provide a channel for feedback and complaints from the public. The Ombudsman receives and processes complaints and compliments from the public against the judiciary and its employees. It also monitors and evaluates the integrity of staff and court processes and proposes improvements that can be made to ensure that they are objective judicial services and cases of access to justice. It also has complaint systems through which the public can report concerns. The means of reporting include walk-in to the offices of Ombudsman at Kenyari Plaza, written communication in form of letters, and a telephone call. The judiciary, in effort to increase quality at process, transparency, has automated and simplified the complaint system, providing a structural complaint handling procedure with detailed documentation, as well as track each process of a complaint, allowing the users to achieve significant time and cost saving. This system is ready for launch and will be availed for public use before the end of the year. In the financial year 2022 and 2023, the Judicial Ombudsman received 1,212 complaints, 881 of these complaints were investigated and resolved, and 331 of the complaints were pending at the close of the year at various stages of resolution. Other initiatives include the leveraging on technology. We are seeking to minimize human interventions in most of the court processes by rolling out automation and digitization court processes. Apart from enhancing service delivery and expanding access to justice, we are using initiatives like online filing, payments and extraction of court orders, and decrees to eliminate human intervention and thereby reduce avenues that can be exploited for corruption. For instance, in the judiciary now, you don't have to go to court to file matters. We have rolled what we call e-filing almost throughout Kenya. Last month, the Chief Justice and myself were in the northern frontiers counties of Mandera, Samburu, and Lodwar. And we established the e-filing system where people are able to file matters in court, deal with matters, and pay for them online without human intervention. And that is one area in which we are believing that we have drastically reduced the incidences of corruption because we have reduced human intervention. Other system review in collaboration with the EAC also, the judiciary has also embraced proactive system audit of the judiciary system and operations informed by the reality that fighting and winning of the war of corruption is a job which involves all of us. And in this regard, in light of this, and upon assumption of office in 2021, the Honorable Chief Justice extended an invitation to the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission to undertake a comprehensive audit of the policies, systems, practices, procedures in the judiciary to identify avenues that may be exploited to support unethical conduct or corruption. Subsequent to this invitation, the EACC and the judiciary's teams met and agreed that the two target areas for review in the first phase were to be, one, registry operations and the management of government-funded construction projects in the judiciary. You remember that, and we thank the government for this, that almost in every county we are doing buildings of courts. And these are big money projects which can also be subject to conduits for corruption. So our collaboration with the EACC concerns registry operations and the management of government-funded construction projects in the judiciary. The EACC prevention officers undertook the system review from 3rd of November 2021 to 18th of March 2022. The 3 reports were launched in May this year and are being implemented. On ongoing implementation of the findings from the report on registry operations, this is pivotal for our quest to eliminate corruption, enhance accountability, and build trust in service delivery by the judiciary. While ongoing implementation of the recommendation from the report on the management of the projects is an essential part of our drive towards prudence in development financial management. In doing this, there's a major challenge when we're talking about corruption, because it's very easy to talk about corruption in the judiciary and other parts of government. But the most challenging thing is that corruption, like adultery, are things which are done in secret, and nobody can complain or claim that they have evidence of this. So we hear so many claims about corruption without evidence. So once somebody shouts corruption, really there's nothing you can do because the word has come from his mouth. But in the judiciary, a major challenge that the complaints handling mechanism face is that most of them are about the merits of court decisions lodged by persons who are dissatisfied with judicial decisions. There is need for more public sensitization that concerns about merits of judicial decisions should be channeled for appeal or review to higher courts and not be subject of complaints to either Judicial Service Commission or to Judicial Ombudsman. In conclusion, there are two things I want to mention. That the judiciary has also shown commitment to the broader anti-corruption agenda. This it has done through pursuit of effective case management and expeditious resolution of corruption and economic crime cases. The judiciary is particularly proud of the milestones achieved in the establishment of the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Division of the High Court in December 2015. In the financial year 2022-2023, 128 cases were filed in this division of the High Court, and 206 cases were resolved, meaning the court is efficiently tackling backlog by determining more cases than those filed. On average, it took 525 days to resolve a case in this division of the High Court. But when it became a specialized court, those days were reduced to 128. This division, along with the Milimani Anti-Corruption Magistrates Court, has played a pivotal role in the expedited disposal of corruption-related cases. The introduction of specialized magistrate courts in 2007 was indeed a game-changing strategy, and today, these courts remain firmly focused on ensuring that justice is served promptly. In the financial year 2020, 2022, and 2023, 158 cases were filed at the Anti-Corruption Court, whilst 180 cases were resolved. This shows that the court is tackling backlog by resolving more cases than those that are filed. On average, it takes 320 days to resolve a case at the Anti-Corruption Court. To further enhance our efficiency, the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Courts have embraced active case management. This ensures that all preliminary and disclosure-related issues are addressed during pre-trial conferences, allowing cases to proceed without unnecessary interruptions. The journey towards the automation of anti-corruption court records and proceedings is also proceeding in full speed. This will further streamline our processes and align them with the modern technological advances, making the delivery of justice at the anti-corruption courts more accessible and efficient. I'll stop there for now.
Thank you so much. I really like it, particularly the fact that you said that soon we're going to have an open feedback loop where the judiciary is going to be getting real-time feedback about the happenings. I'm going to take two questions as I ask my panelists to also just think through what their closing remarks is going to be in 1 minute. So just two questions from the floor. And you can point out who you would like to answer the question that you're asking.
Thank you very much. My name is Millicent Mudiwa. I'm a fourth-year student here at United States International University, Africa. My question is going particularly to Mr. Sasha, as well as to Mr. Yusuf Hassan. So, since Amnesty International is an international organization, my question is going to be a little bit broad, but I'll bring it back home to Kenya. So, since the political will is essential to the protection and expansion of freedom and human rights, the powerful and unified response to Moscow's unprovoked war of aggression in Ukraine demonstrated how rapidly democracies can take action within a matter of a day when there is political will. So, my question is, do you think African leaders have the will to expand on freedom and human rights, particularly in Kenya? We could also take into account Zimbabwe, which had an election just very recently. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question. And I think you point to something important. I think in areas around the world, we see governments move more quickly when they feel that the interests of their country, economic interests of their country are more at pressure. And we did see governments in Europe act more quickly after the war in Ukraine, and we've seen biases, for example, in refugee policy in the UK, very welcome that refugees from Ukraine are being welcomed in the UK. It is wrong, though, that the same welcome isn't being afforded in the same way, for example, to refugees from Afghanistan or Sudan or Syria in the UK. I do believe you are right that all of our ability as people who campaign on human rights, all of our ability as people who are working on that in communities, we can affect some change ourselves directly, and we are dependent on state actors and powerful political forces in nations and indeed internationally. Of course we are. But I do believe that the voices of people do affect those powers. Of course I know there are places where that's more difficult. You asked about Africa, but I'll give an example just from outside of Africa. There are many, many people, many of whom brave human rights defenders with whom Amnesty International worked in Russia, who of course today are facing enormous pressures, and of course their government in Russia is not interested in public views in relation to human rights. So I understand there can be times when leaders and governments actively don't want to hear people. But I think Africa, many African countries have a proud history of change being affected by people. And I think people's voices matter. They matter in communities, they matter in the societies in those communities, and they are heard by political leaders. Is that journey always pure? Is it always something that's easy? Absolutely not. You highlighted some examples. Of course, many years in Zimbabwe, we have seen many difficulties, and there are many other countries. But do I think that Africa is somehow uniquely difficult? No. And actually, if I can speak from the UK, sometimes incorrectly, people in the UK who are opposed to human rights will say things to me like, people in Africa don't care about human rights. They'll say that as an argument in the UK. So what I would say is that the voices of people in Africa, the voices of leaders, for example, in this room, I don't mean leaders on this side, I mean leaders here that I'm seeing speaking for human rights. It matters, and it's heard globally as well.
Thank you. I didn't get your question very clearly, but if I follow the logic of such as response, I think you're dealing with being indifferent to human rights and democracy and the double standards that exist globally, in which one particular group of people or one particular country gets disproportionate attention in the world forums, when in fact there are many violations that are invisible or are not taken up by the international community. And these are the double standards, in fact, that we see in the global order or the global disorder that we exist in which powerful countries like the West, the United States and Europe determine what is important, which human rights are important, and give them the preferences. Just as we see that refugees who have fled from Ukraine have been comfortably and warmly welcomed into Europe and North America. But thousands and thousands of immigrants from Africa, the Middle East, Asia, and Latin America are dying in huge numbers, crossing into fortress Europe. And these double standards are not acceptable. And I think they should be pointed out. And when these particular countries in the north lecture us in Africa about what we should do and what we should not do, or what Africa should think, this is when we have differences. Of course, we have expressed our views on the situation in Ukraine. The Russian invasion is a blatant violation of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. That's very clear. But there are many, many other violations that have gone through. You know, Europe and North America were involved in the destruction of Libya, and Libya now is in a complete state of disorder, major suffering. They have done the same in Iraq and Afghanistan, and there are many other countries, for example, in West Africa, where the French intervention has brought more suffering and pain to the people of West Africa than any benefits. And now there is an uprising which has been condemned because it is not constitutional or it is not democratic. So these are the double standards that we are fighting against. We want the Universal Declaration of Human Rights to be enforced equally by all countries in the world. We want, if we're going to have a rules-based international system, we should have equity, fairness, and representation. And the African voice and African agency must be also heard. And we cannot accept impositions from the United Nations until the United Nations is reformed and becomes a democratic, equitable institution in which we, the people of Africa, Asia, and Latin America, feel represented equally. And we have ownership of what happens there. So that is why we are calling for a reconfiguration, a rethinking of all of the current international system in existence. It is not fair, it is not democratic, and it must change. And the Global South is working to make sure that, in fact, we reform our financial institutions. We cannot be in a position whereby, in fact, when we borrow from Kenya or from Zimbabwe, for that matter, we pay much more than a country in the Northern Hemisphere. That is discrimination. That is a global apartheid. And it is really not acceptable. So as a politician, I'm able to say those things that maybe Amnesty International may not be able to say. But Amnesty International also plays a very critical role, for example, in you cannot leave democracy and human rights just for legislations, for parliamentarians and politicians. Civil society and you, the public, are the real defenders of democracy and human rights. Thank you.
All right, thank you. My question is actually to Mheshimiwa and to some extent to the principal judge. There's a current chilling effect that is being felt in the counties whenever whistleblowers, journalists, and bloggers break any story on corruption or human rights abuse against politicians and corporate entities. They're slapped with very heavy defamation suits. And because in the counties, the magistrates' courts award such high damages that the human rights defenders are not able to even appeal those cases to the High Court because of the security of cost issue. So my question to Mheshimiwa would be, would you consider legislation at this point against the abuse of the Defamation Act? We've seen other countries have come up with legislation against strategic litigation, against public participation. It's just litigation that's meant to silence people from speaking up against human rights abuse. And then to Justice Ogola, what we see in a lot of the defamation judgments is that it's dealt purely as a civil claim, where the journalist is asked, can you prove that this person is actually corrupt? And as the office of the ODPP will tell you, a lot of this evidence is with the person that has sued you for defamation. So it's impossible really to prove that this is not defamatory. And in the judgments, you don't see any discussion around the issue of the right to freedom of expression. So how do we solve that?
Thank you so much. It's a very place where the absoluteness of freedom of expression, recent judgments have come out that freedom of expression is not an absolute right. So at what particular point do we ensure that even when there are limitations within the Constitution?
Well, I think whistleblowers should be protected with the full force of the law. And that actually could best be answered by Justice Ogola. But as far as the legislation are concerned, there are several legislations that do protect. And if there is an extra need for us to reinforce or amend them, I'm quite happy. Our caucus would be very happy to take that up, and we would tighten it. But I think sometimes it is difficult to it is not, everything does not require a legislation. We should not be over-legislating. We should also create the culture of tolerance within our society and our institutions, where whistleblowers' rights are respected, because they play a key role in outing the wrongs that are happening in our society, and they deserve our support and protection.
Thank you so much for that question. These are things which we deal with on a daily basis, but they are also living, I can call them organs which are living, because they are not constant, they are constantly changing. The fact is that in terms of defamation, there must be a right to fair comment. Now, these are things which will depend on each and every case. What is fair comment, and to what extent did the defendant go beyond what we deem to be fair comment? And I think we have progressive judgments coming right from the magistracy to the High Court, to the Court of Appeal, and even to the Supreme Court. And because these issues concern human rights, there are things which can be litigated right from the Magistrates Court to the Supreme Court, because they concern constitutional imperatives of the right to speak. And just like Mheshimiwa said, I don't think it's necessary really to legislate, but we can look at the precedents. Where have we come from and where are we going? You said that there's a tendency that of high awards in terms of defamation. I agree with you. But if you look at the latest awards coming from court, the high awards which used to be there of 30 million, 20 million, they are progressively coming down. So I expected you to say, or to appreciate, that while we used to have higher awards, you have noted that actually those awards are coming down. They're coming down simply because of the new constitution, which is more progressive and acknowledges that the field of fair comment is actually expanding to enable us to express our rights as citizens and as litigants. But as far as legislation is concerned, I think this is something we'll be talking about. The issue of security, of course. You know, security, of course, there are also issues which you deal with in the court and you submit on and you convince the presiding judge that because it's not constant, it is constantly changing and changing of the circumstances. You know, we also have situations where you can file a matter and go to court and say that you want to be declared a pauper, so that you can file without paying fees. The fact of the matter is that the constitution we have today gives liberty to anybody just to state his status in court, and court will record that status and award the request which is asked. The thing is that although we have the constitution which is very liberal, most people don't appreciate that, and they don't realize that they are actually protected. So perhaps what I can say to our rights defenders is that we have had 10 years of this constitution, yet it is not really being fully implemented in terms as to protect the common person.
Thank you so much. Final question, make it short, please.
Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Karen Mheshimiwa. Maybe probably mine is directly to you, asking that we would want to know, as human rights defenders, why there are some regulated legislation, say like we have cases of police accountability that have stayed for more than 10 years and they have not been dealt with. There is also issues of harassment, police harassment against human rights defenders, that some charges are framed against them and they are taken to court and they take a long time, intimidation, and this seems like is making us not to speak. Then my next question is, now that I appreciate that you have agreed and acknowledged that yes, police were using excess force during the demonstrations. And we heard the police boss talking about not sure of how many bodies, because there were bodies that were framed. How is your committee following up to get the right information from us who are documenting, because we have the right information and we have the bodies and we know where the bodies were shot and how they died and where they are even buried, even their homes? How are you organizing yourself to reach out, or does the government have the true picture, because we are still waiting as human rights defenders to get the truth, because we already have the truth which has not been established, or maybe the government does not even want to establish the truth. Finally,
let me cut you there and ask that during tea, forgive me, because these are two heavy questions, and as I walk to you, Mheshimiwa, the press release by Amnesty International Kenya Medical Association, the Law Society of Kenya, spoke about the bodies, and the government came out vehemently saying that we made up bodies. In fact, one chief inspector said that we were hiring bodies. So it's very important for you to speak about that.
Well, I think this is a rather emotive issue. But let me, on the outset, say that there is absolutely no reason why the police should interrupt or stop a lawful protest or demonstration. This is a fundamental right, and there is absolutely no question about the need for the police to follow the rule. And it is not a question of legislation or a matter for the caucus. The legislation is very clear. The Constitution is very clear. The right to protest and picket is very clear in our Bill of Rights. So here we are seeing a violation. What you're talking about is a violation. And the question is the implementation process, which has nothing to do with Parliament, is to do with the public prosecutor, to do with the judiciary, and so on, and a lobby. But if you need the intervention of the caucus is at your disposal. We are happy to meet you, meet anyone who has a particular case. It is part of our objective. We work very closely with civic society, and in fact, Amnesty International is a founding civic body of the caucus, a very strong support of the caucus. So we are very happy to look at it and to help you in whichever way you want to bring this issue to the attention of Parliament. But I think it is not an issue of legislation. It's an issue of implementation. It's an issue, many of the lawyers who are here will tell you, is a violation. And that violation should stop, and we must make sure that, in fact, the police force follows rules, regulation, and the constitution of this country in doing their job at times like that. And I think the police need to be reformed in some ways for them to, because the current leadership of the police does not see this as a problem, which means it's a cultural, structural problem that needs to be addressed at a higher level than just purely dealing with the police directly.
Thank you so much. Closing remarks, 1 minute each. Start with you. Sat.
So 1 minute, I will close by saying that speaking from a perspective outside of this country, a message that I would like to send very clearly to everyone in this room and indeed beyond, parliamentarian colleagues, judicial colleagues who've been alongside me, is that while absolutely I think, and this is me speaking personally beyond Amnesty's remit directly, the points that were made about reform of international institutions, the points that were made about economic disparities that were structural and that affect disproportionately countries such as the country we're in today are absolutely true. It is also true that the voice of people campaigning for human rights here in Kenya is heard beyond the borders of Kenya. And while of course the focus within this room, of course the focus of issues will be rights and their practice on the ground within Kenya, and so it should be, that's the reason we're here. The fact that there are human rights defenders, the fact that there are human rights campaigners here saying that those universal rights matter does have an impact outside of these borders too, and I hope that's welcome to hear.
Thank you. I would want, by way of concluding remarks, to say this. I think Kenyans and the human rights defenders are more concerned with the time cases remain in court unresolved. And this is a dialogue which all of us must be involved in, because it is when cases remain in court, evidence gets tired, evidence disappears. And when evidence gets tired and disappear, there's no way you can prosecute a matter to success. And people wonder, because when a crime has taken place, human rights have been injured. We see them on television, we see them on newspapers, and they are very grave. But then, as they progressively go through the court system, they wane, they disappear. The next time you hear is that the culprit has been released. And that is very disheartening, not only to members of the public, but even to us in the judiciary, because sometimes we feel that there's really nothing we can do. Perhaps the plea I can make here today to the Amnesty International and rights defenders are to one, is that perhaps it's high time we come up with a system which enables particularized type of cases to be determined within a specified period of time, like we do in terms of election petitions. Certain human rights cases to be determined within a specified period of time so that evidence does not disappear. Secondly, from your end, from the public, we may pitch for more appointment of judicial officers. It is a fact that a High Court judge, one High Court judge has approximately 1,450 cases to determine. A magistrate has about 800 cases to determine. So when a case comes to court and there's no, parties are not willing to go, it is a case of public concern. The duty of the judge will not be to insist that this case proceeds on when the owners of the case are not ready. The judge will simply go to the next case because in any given day, we have so much to do. An average cost list, for me, I sit in the family court, family division. An average cost list for me to do per day is about 40 matters, and then still I have administrative functions to perform. Therefore, it is never an issue of a judge or a magistrate delaying the matters. It is the process. I ask you to pitch for appointment of more judicial officers. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll try to be as brief as possible. First of foremost, just greetings from the new DPP. He's very committed to this topic, and I think we'll strive to ensure that we engage all stakeholders and the public to ensure that we speak, we are the voice, we are the lawyer of the complainant, of the victim, that we can aspire to continue doing that. But we will also want to speak to our partners, like Amnesty International. We have, I can see other partners here, our donor partners, that we should go and speak to the public. Let the public understand what each and every institution does, so that they know where to channel their problems. So for me, I'll be saying that we want to speak to the public, and call for the public to hold us to account. We are here because of the public. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm hoping that the DPP is also going, his 100 days is just going to open a platform, even if it's Twitter space, to just speak to Kenyans. You know, we had that during COVID, you know, yes. And I think it's very important when they are available, because accessibility is also something that is challenging for the office of the DPP. Thank you.
Yes, all right, thank you. This message will be passed to him, and he was just appointed the other day. Yes. Let's give him a minute.
Of course.
And I'm sure he will be very, very committed.
Yes.
He's been a passionate prosecutor, and this is something he's very passionate. This I know personally that he is committed.
Shukran.
Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Mheshimiwa.
Well, I wanted to emphasize the importance of being vigilant, been up there as you are, the human rights defenders. I just want to compliment you, and you're working in a very difficult environment. Sometimes I wonder, because I think that we are in a democratic country, in a democratic society. And you would have hoped that the human rights defenders would be people who would be allowed to work freely in their environments and to bring up issues that are critical to the enhancement and the protection and the extension of our democratic rights. I just want to encourage you not to get tired, despite some of the difficulties that you have. I just want to tell you to look back. I think when I look at the faces of many of the people here, you may not be aware at one time, we had a one-party, a repressive government, and we had one father who gave orders every day about what you should do with your life and how you should live. And if you disagreed with that father, you were locked up. And many human rights defenders went to jail. Many died in jail. Many of us went to exile. I spent 22 years in exile as a result of opposing the repressive regime, the Moi Kanu regime that we had. It is not that long ago. Fortunately, we have worked very hard. The Kenyan people have fought tooth and nail to get the kind of constitution that we have today. And that constitution has a very strong Bill of Rights. So make sure that we uphold our constitution, we fight for our constitution, and we defend our constitution, and we extend and expand the democratic and human rights opportunities that we have. Never get tired in pushing that forward. And I can assure you as a member of parliament and a chairman of the committee that I would be there to support you politically. We'll deal with any of the issues that you have. And we'll be happy to work on amendments, improving legislation and so forth. But our country's democracy is work in progress. Let's work together, let's push forward, and let's make our country a truly democratic country where human rights are protected as a matter of routine rather than some gift that has been given by somebody else. And thank you so much. I just wanted to quickly ask Justice Eric what magistrates in rural areas have about chicken thieves, because they jail them to disproportionately, yes. 5 years, 10 years. And then mega thieves who sit here in Nairobi are given bail and go back to their houses in Muthaiga.
Thank you, Your Honor, Honorable Hassan. But you are the legislator. We get the terms of the jail terms which we get, we don't get them from our heads. We get them from statute books. And as long as they remain in statute books, a judge or a magistrate must just do the right thing. We can't go out of statute books. Indeed, there's need to revise criminal justice punitive system. Like he says, it's very easy to convict a chicken hen to the 3, 4, 5 years and fail to convict an economic crimes culprit here in Nairobi. Those are things which we need to deal with. But Honorable, I want to assure you that we exercise criminal revision over cases from magistrate courts, and we nowadays call for those files and deal with them on the spot. The High Court supervises all magistrate courts in the country, and where we find a miscarriage of justice, we call for that file, and that's where you people come in as rights defenders in the counties. If you find a clear miscarriage of justice, just bring that file to me as the principal of the High Court. I will work on it immediately.
Yes, 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 yes.
And I also want to say that we worked very well with the office of the DPP in Mombasa when I was a presiding judge in Mombasa, where we were able to control the gangs which were there through the process of dialogue. The ODPP, the then ODPP, Hassan Haji, did a very good work by bringing communities together to dialogue, and we were able to solve issues of enforced disappearances. Because if you come to court and you tell me, Judge, we want this person produced, where will I bring him? I don't have him. The police say that they don't have him. They also don't know where they are. But these are things which are known in the communities, and if we uproot them with their roots, then we are able to bring up better societies. Your Honor, we'll be able to rectify those as soon as we get complaints from these people. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I want to take this opportunity to thank our esteemed panel. We would have taken more time to have this discussion, but because of time constraints, we are not going to. So tafadhali join me in giving them a clap. I am also going to request them to just stay in front and invite my board chair, Awar. It's such an instrumental moment because Amnesty International just gained its sector recognition last year, and now we have a special document that is going to guide us in the next couple of years, and we wanted to be joined by our dear friends who will be working closely together, and all of you who are human rights defenders, activists, academia, who are involved in this process to join us. I'm also going to request our other board members. I can see G around, Esther, Kigondu, please join us in front. And we also have 2 representatives from the youth who are also going to join us in front here. Shukran.
Good morning, everyone. It's still morning. It's still morning. Good morning, everyone. My name is Awar Ayecho. The chairperson of the board of Amnesty Kenya. Back here you can see the team. You will meet them during the tea break. But the reason that we requested everyone to come up front and our youth observers for this ADC as well is to just give our appreciation to USIU for hosting us, for allowing us to be in this space, and for just giving us the agency to be able to carry out this meeting. We really appreciate you, and I'd like to request the acting VC, please. Yes, thank you so much for hosting us, and at no cost at all to Amnesty. And this is what, thank you. And this is what it means to also support rights and human rights work. It's also giving spaces like this. So we really appreciate you allowing us to go through our democratic process, to make decisions that will affect the way we support human rights in this country. And we just want to thank you with this small gift from our family to yours. Also, in the course of this meeting yesterday, and I just want us to give ourselves a very big round of applause for this. Yesterday, we were able to have a conversation as a membership, as a movement, as Amnesty International in Kenya, and we have now adopted a new strategic framework that will run from 2024 to 2028. I'm just going to highlight some of the things that we'll be focusing on in the next 4 years. The first and foremost, of course, is movement building and expanding our reach as Amnesty, because as we expand our reach, it means we are giving more space and more opportunities for more people to raise their voice on rights issues within their own context and in their own communities. And the second thing, we'll also be working, this strategic framework is incredibly member-centric. So when you're telling us to submit these petitions to you, we will most definitely submit them to you. We will gather over 60,000 supporters and over 2,000 members, including students in high schools, in universities, in communities, and we will bring these petitions to you. We have many. Give us time. Give us time. But this strategic framework is, I urge all of us to leave with a copy of this, because we are also asking you as our membership and as our supporters to hold us accountable to this, to making sure that we not only expand our reach, but we are responsive to economic, social, cultural rights issues, access to justice, digital rights protection as well. So we have a lot in store over the next 4 years, and we're asking you to continue engaging with us. And I'd just like to thank everyone who was part of creating this process, the board. Thank you so much for steering this process, the ED and the secretariat team. I don't know if they're here, can they just stand briefly? The team from the secretariat, I see you, I can see you seated, Zaina, members of staff who've been working with us on this and bringing this document to you. And of course you, our membership, who are part of the consultation, or part of the discussions yesterday that saw us pass this. We have a lot of partnerships that are also coming up. That's why we also have our friends from Amnesty UK here in the person of Sasha, representing the UK section. And we'll have more interactions, not just in terms of this, like high-level conversations, but also exchanges with our membership so that we can strengthen the movement across the board. So mine is to thank all of you for getting us to this point, but a luta continua, because the struggle will continue. And we have to pursue the realization of rights through this strategic framework over the next 4 years. Kufa kupona. So thank you so much for being here and for participating. And we move. Thank you.
We're going to do a photo op. This was approved by you as delegates yesterday, so we don't have copies for everybody, otherwise we will give you a copy, but we will send these in a short while. My request is those of you here, if you can hold it up somewhere around your waistline. This is a good one for those of us who have not been to the gym recently. For those of you who are there, please, you can take your bags, turn the bag so that we can see ABC 2023, and I want you to stand up and hold up your bags. For those of you who are not doing either, you have the responsibility of capturing this historic moment. We shall return you in 5 years. Okay, so you hold up your bags. For the record, we will assume that you have copies of the strategic plan. We will assume. We have the plan. So on the count of 3, smile. Don't say anything. Done? Oh, on the count of 3. 3, 2, 1. Amnesty, 5 years. All right, one more. Everybody, you can stand up with your bags. I know some of you are already doing selfies, so you know, one hand in the bag. Okay. Those of you who are sleeping now, this is the time to wake up. USIU students, you are also welcome to stand up and record the moment. You don't have bags. You do have smiles. You have faces. Okay, stand up, all of you. And then for this group, this is really like a production. I'm going to request you, if you can walk across the room and stand in front of people here, and then we will shoot from this side. Okay.
Nishuja na amnesty. Nishuja amnesty. Ndio maana, ndio maana ni shujaa na Amnesty yetu, ni shujaa na Amnesty yetu. Ndio maana, ndio maana, ndio maana, ndio maana ni shujaa Kisumu yetu. Ndio maana tunasema Kisumu, tuko wapi? Kisumu, Wankare, Waniot, ni shujaa Kisumu yetu. Ndio maana, ndio maana Kirinyaga dwanyoba mwekuo, ni shujaa Kirinyaga yetu, ni shujaa Kirinyaga yetu. Ndio maana, ndio maana ole yo,
Ole yo! Ole yo! Ole yo! Okay, we are together. Onesmus.
All right, thank you all, guys. We can take our seats. Amazing. So next, we are going to break for tea. And just before that, okay. Hey, we are going to break for tea. And we would like to take at least 20 minutes so that we can catch up with the time that we. So by 11:35 we should be done. So there are two serving stations. One is behind. Yes, so this team can use the two exits, and then this team can also use the two or the three exits here. So let's do that a bit quickly. After taking your tea, you can do photos, you can interact with your friends, and also please keep on sharing the link for the live stream and those photos too. The hashtag, remember, is RightsKE2023. Asanteni sana. See you in 20.
power to Amnesty, more power.
More power.
But I'm telling you more power. You're saying more power in someone's hand is in his pocket. Huh? Comrades, are you serious? Viva, comrades, viva!
Viva!
More power to the people, more power!
More power!
More power to Amnesty, more power!
More power!
More power to Amnesty, more power!
More power!
So I want to teach you guys a song. During our work as human rights defenders, there are songs that keep us moving, yeah? So I know we have some other comrades who are here and who are part of the social justice centers. So I'll just request those comrades to come here to help me. We have Karen there. Kindly Karen come. We have Betty. Our comrades wanajijua tu wakuje. Our comrades wanajijua. I can see Pesh there. Mkuje hapa mbele. Mkuje hapa mbele. Make it quick. Make it quick. If you know you're part of the social justice centers and we've engaged. Viva, comrades, viva! Viva! Viva, comrades, viva!
Viva!
So there is this song that goes like this. When I say, Wanyamazana siyaya bo, you say siyaya. Wanyamazane bubute.
Siyaya.
Wanyamazana siyaya bo, siyaya. Wanyamazane bubute.
Siyaya.
Wanyamazana siyaya bo, siyaya. Wanyamazane bubute.
Siyaya.
Kanyamazana siyaya bo,
siyaya.
Wanyamazane bubute.
Siyaya.
So this is the best part when I say Tina si hambale toi 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 siyaya. Wanyamaza ile toi 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 siyaya. Tina si hambale toi 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 siyaya. Wanyamaza ile toi 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 siyaya. Wanyamazane siyaya bo,
siyaya.
Wanyamazane bubute
siyaya.
Wanyamazane siyaya bo,
siyaya.
Wanyamazane bubute
siyaya.
Wanyamazane siyaya bo,
siyaya.
Wanyamazane bubute Tina si hambale toi 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 Wanyamaza ile toi toi toi
Siyaya.
Tina si hambale toi 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 siyaya. Wanyamaza ile toi toi toi
Siyaya.
Viva, comrades, viva!
Viva!
So I want you to repeat this after me, yeah? Put your left hand like this. Put your left hand. Your left hand, your left hand. So repeat what? Okay. Repeat what I say, okay? Everywhere we go.
Everywhere we go.
Everywhere we go.
Everywhere we go.
People wanna know.
People wanna know
who we are.
who we are.
Who we are.
Who we are.
The mighty, mighty comrades.
A mighty, mighty comrade.
Everywhere we go.
Everywhere we go.
People wanna know.
People wanna know
who we are.
who we are.
Mighty, mighty comrades.
Mighty, mighty comrades.
Thank you so much.
Awesome, awesome. Asante sana. All right. Now with that, I would like to invite Emily, who's already here. Let's give her a moment. She's going to take us through the next session real quick. And then after that, we will move to the next session. So if you're ready, Emily, you can start. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It is sad for me that I have to come after that very powerful and exciting moment. But we have to talk about some of the hard things that are happening in our society. My name is Emily Maranga, as you have heard. I work at Amnesty International, the Human Rights Education Program. This session, we are going to look at a form of campaigning that we don't normally think of. Normally, we think campaigning, protesting is about going to the streets,
mapambano, and haki yetu. All these are powerful ways of passing a message. But there are other ways that we can do it, non-violent ways, and ways that have always brought results. So I'm going to talk about the Right for Rights campaign, and it's, as the name is, right, like kuandika for rights. Yani ni kuandika barua, email, message, kutetea haki za mtu ambaye amedhulumiwa. Most of the time, these letters are written about somebody whose rights have already been violated. So we are writing to duty bearers, some of them who are here, so that they can do the right thing. So over the years, Amnesty International, and this is not only a Kenyan campaign, it's an international campaign, ambayo ilianza mwaka wa 2001. Is that how you say 2001? 2001. Wapi wa Mombasa? 2001. It started in 2001, and since then, about 5 million letters have been written. Last year, we brought you the case of Magai, who was released as a result of some of these letters that have been written. And because many of you saw me last year, and many of you have seen me the entire year in your village, in your town, chances are very high there is nothing new I'm going to tell you. So I am going to bring on people who are going to tell you newer things. And these are people that we have worked with in the Right for Rights campaign. They are actually our newest school club, but we have been working with them for a couple of years to write letters, and they were actually also involved in the Magai campaign. Braeburn School, actually, if you look somewhere near you, there is a poster. I just want to see people turning around and just having a look at some of the posters on the wall. They were done as a fundraising component, but also a Right for Rights campaign by the students I'm going to bring up here. And they are students from Braeburn, who have always been our partner and always worked with us. Karibu Sarah and your team. And they are going to tell us why do they do this? Because sometimes, you ask yourself, why are you doing this? What will a letter do? What difference will one letter do? Please welcome them with a round of applause. Karibu Sarah, kindly introduce yourself and just, you can sit.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sarah Sheikh. I am a teacher at Braeburn Garden Estate School, and I'm the patron of the Human Rights Club there. Right for Rights was something that our school has been involved in for many years, and more recently we've started partnering more actively with Amnesty International to have the global campaign make an even bigger impact. And it's one of the things that we're really passionate about at the school, because it really helps to show the students that their voices, that their efforts, the things that we talk about in class, the issues that they learn about, and the action that they can take when they see injustice happening in the world can have real impact. So it's always such an amazing experience for me as a teacher to see students apply their knowledge, their passions, their talents, when it comes to writing, when it comes to art, to lend their voices for justice in the world. And it's even more rewarding when we see the results that come out from Right for Rights every year, and it motivates us to keep going and to participate in this campaign every year. That's one of the reasons why we do it, and we've done it for so long, and we're going to continue to do it. I'm going to hand over to the students, actually, for them to also share their personal experiences with you from the campaign, and to talk to you guys about the motivations that they have for participating in Right for Rights and the Human Rights Club as well.
Hi, my name is Grace. And what inspired me to join this Human Rights Club is because I wanted to know more about Human Rights Club, because I feel like it wasn't talked enough about. And I feel like as an international school, I would want us to spread the word about human rights and what it is. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Ramisha, and I have been a student at Braeburn Garden Estate for the past 2 years. And I come from another developing country, Pakistan, which is also working towards upholding human rights and is trying to progress in this effort because human rights are an issue worldwide. And I think our school provides an adequate platform for us through the Human Rights Club to also participate in this effort. And what inspires me, as I've already said, coming from another developing country, I see human rights violations. And I think it is important for the youth to be able to play a part in upholding the progress towards upholding human rights. And the Right for Rights initiative is a brilliant forum for the youth to approach these issues, because who can uphold human rights now and in the future but the youth? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Braeburn. When I grow up, I want to speak like that. Amazing, amazing. Just sit there so that we continue acknowledging you and continue looking at you for inspiration. Braeburn have done this every single year. There are some of our schools also, some of schools which you lead, which have done this. So I would like to just mention Kabianga. Where is Janet? Janet. Phenomenal teacher, has over 100 students. Unfortunately, they all couldn't be here. Kyogo have also been very phenomenal in Right for Rights. So even our local schools are really, really getting involved, and that is our call today, that as you go back, get one student, get your child, get your sister, your brother to write a letter. Now, sometimes we are asked, these are all foreign cases. Why should I be involved in it? Yes, they are foreign, but as we said yesterday, who was that? Where is Pinto? Please repeat that saying you said yesterday. We are because? I am because we are. And since we are, therefore I am. Thank you. Yeah? Yeah, an injustice against one of us is an injustice against all of us. So this year, we want to focus our attention on the safety of students in our schools. One, because a lot of us here are teachers in schools, you are patrons of human rights clubs, and we acknowledge that even post-COVID, many of our schools here did not experience any of the unrest that any of the other schools experience. And that's because our students are very involved. Unfortunately, we are having students who are losing their life in schools, places where they should feel safe. Ukipeleka mtoto wako shule, opening day, you want your child to come back to you on closing day, sindio? Unfortunately, each of us, nikikuuliza nani amewahi sikia story of a child who passed away in school, each of you has a story to tell, or has a story that they have read, they have had. So our focus this year is around calling on the relevant authorities to make our schools more safe. But again, you have seen me all through the year. There is nothing new I'm going to tell you. Today, we are going to focus on one particular student whose name is Eugene Mureithi from Tharaka Nithi. And I am not going to preempt. I am going to allow the parents to tell you their story, and then I'm going to come back after the story. Kindly welcome them. And I would request that we all put our phones away. We all put our phones away, put our laptops away, and accord them the respect of silence and attention. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Charity Kirote Nicholas, auntie to Eugene. Since I've raised him, I'm his foster mother. With me here is my younger sister, auntie to Eugene, and we are here with our parents' blessings. Eugene was born on 8th of August 2005. He grew up normally, had a normal childhood, joined primary school. It is in primary school that we learned Eugene was very creative. He had so many talents. In school, he used to help the other students. He was a darling to many. At home, Eugene was everything to me as a mother. I remember how passionately he used to call me mom. He was a very good chef. I remember one time I was very sick and I couldn't get up very early in the morning to prepare breakfast. Eugene woke up very early, prepared very delicious pancakes, breakfast, cleaned the room, and then came to wake me up. Mom, breakfast is ready. After breakfast, you can ask Dad to take you to hospital. Okay, it's hard, ni ngumu, ni chungu, but I'll try my best. After KCP, Eugene joined Kajiododhi High School. I remember the day I took him to report there. He was very energetic, excited to begin his new life. And we left Eugene to continue with his studies, and we were confident that Eugene had a bright future since he was a very good boy. He completed his Form 1. He joined Form 1 last year. Then at the end of the year, Eugene came and told me, Mom, I feel like I've not done my best. I've not given my all. Let me repeat. And he repeated Form 1 so that he can better his results. Then on this fateful day that changed our lives forever, 25th of July, somebody called us. Do you know what? Kajiododhi School went on strike. And have you heard anything about your son, Eugene? Okay, being humans, these things happen and you're like, that could not be Eugene. That's somebody else. At around 11, when no call was coming from Eugene, we never got rid of him. It was unlike him. Eugene, he would get home early or call me, auntie, or the grandparents, but it never happened. At that time, the school never communicated or anything. Coincidentally, somebody had visited our home, and my dad was very nervous. He could not keep calm. Then this Fred asked, why are you so nervous? What is happening? Then my dad told him, haven't you heard that Kajiododhi went on strike and my grandson is not yet back? And according to the rumors that we had heard and from the social media, it was clear that the body of the child who was found murdered or dead had been taken to Chuka mortuary. So this Fred said, I have a friend who works at that mortuary. We can call him so that he can tell us what is happening. So the Fred called the Fred who works at the mortuary. And this man called again. Now the Fred put the phone on loudspeaker so that my dad could hear what was going on. And the friend, since he didn't know, he just said, oh yeah, there's a boy here by the name Eugene Murray, the admission number 1024. My dad collapsed. We all screamed. It wasn't easy. You can imagine receiving such news in that manner. From there, it was chaos. We were inconsolable. It was hard. It is hard even now. So we had to transfer the body to Kobu Consolata Hospital because it is near our home there. Barrier arrangements continued, and up to that time, the school had not communicated or anything. It was the same 25th at around 7 in the evening. The mother to Eugene now received a call from the DCI. There's a body at Chuka mortuary. You can go and confirm if that is your son. That is how the news were. It was hard. We buried Eugene on 2nd August, 4 days to his birthday, which we never got to celebrate. As a family, we are calling for justice for Murray so that he can rest in peace. Thank you for having us. Thank you.
Thank you. You did so good. You did so good. So good.
I would request us to stand in solidarity with the family, physically and or literally, and thank you. I'm sure as a movement, ours is not just to listen to the story. We must take action. Are we in agreement that we must take action? Yes. I want us all to get our phones. I'm allowing you now to use your phone. So we want to stand with the family from now until the conclusion, until there is justice for Eugene. And I want us all to remember that name, Justice for Eugene. So I want us to get our phones and go on the Amnesty website. Amnesty Kenya, sorry. Amnesty Kenya. www.amnestykenya.org. We want, as a community, as a movement, to say that this is wrong. Because we are all in agreement that this is wrong. Are we? Yes. Once you are on the Amnesty website, there is a tab for Right for Rights. Yeah? So if you scroll, you will find a petition there. We are asking you to sign the petition. This petition, we are going to present it to the relevant authorities. But this is not the end. Thank you, Charity. We are with you. We stand with you until we get justice for Eugene. Kindly sign the petition. And we are asking everybody, every Kenyan, whether you're a parent or not, but every Kenyan and away from Kenya, to sign the petition. What we are asking for is justice for Eugene, but we are asking for safety of our children in learning institutions. Eugene is symbolic of a lot of cases that we know. Yeah? So we are asking the government to fulfill their mandate. We are trying to hold the government accountable. Thank you very much for signing. Keep signing, keep signing, keep signing. At least by the end of here, we should have 200 signatures since we are over 200 here. So I'm assuming wengine wetu tuko na kabambe, wengine tumesahau simu, but we are hoping that we all sign. And once we go back home, we are going to ask all our students, all our colleagues to sign this petition. We must bring safety to our schools. Sindio? Our children must come back home. Our children must come back home safe and sound and ready to fulfill their awesome destiny. Thank you very much. We can have a seat. Thank you for according the family, the grace, the time, the silence. And of course, as Amnesty, you know how we do it. We don't just say things without bringing somebody who is at least in a position to bring about change. So with us is one of our favorite partners. We have been working with him for a very, very long time, and we will be definitely working with him. He's the chair of the Kenya Primary School Heads Association. He's our partner, our friend, and I would like to ask him to come and say one or two words. Mr. Madheka, karibu. Simkaribishe kwa makofi.
Thank you. To the organizers of this, our guests today, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm very proud today, this afternoon and today morning, to have been associated with this congregation, where really an important topic about the rights of the humans, not only in Kenya and in the world, are being addressed. I'm excited to hear that we are really giving priority to the rights of the Kenyan child. We, as Kenya Primary Schools Head Teachers Association, we have been standing together with Amnesty International, and in particular Mr. Irungu Oughton, who has been supporting us in our endeavor to see a friendly environment for the Kenyan child. And I want really to appreciate what Amnesty has been doing to us as head teachers of this country for the benefit of the child. I also want to really register my heartfelt condolences to the family of Eugene Mureithi, who otherwise would have been participating and growing up in this country to be a citizen, to participate in the nation building. The rights of children in this country should be a concern to everybody. We have seen grown-up men and women hauling tear gas canisters to babies in school, where we expect that as a protected area for the safety of our children. And I'm happy that this is a topic which is being addressed here and which should be addressed everywhere. That we need our children to be safe in school. And if there are culprits who have done this before, they should be corrected. All of us should stand up and claim for their rights. Those who have perpetrated these heinous circumstances to our children should be meant to pay for it. And to the least, they should be corrected so that it doesn't recur. This year, we've had quite a number of children being rushed to hospital after having been attacked in their school. We don't mind about the police correcting those who are demonstrating or destroying other people's property. We don't mind about that. But why should it be extended to a school where we have the young ones? Mr. Irungu and Amnesty International, we appreciate your voice because we have heard you, we have seen you stand with these children. And may I also say that human rights should not stop at where we are talking about physical harm. We should also talk about access to education, which is a right to our children. Today, we have a number of children in the streets here. Who is taking care of them? Isn't it their right to be in school? Why are they not in school? Can we also campaign for those children to be brought to school where they should be safe and where they can access education as their human right? And to an extension, can we also campaign for those children not only to access education in school, but also to be taken care of properly for the government to finance their education? Because it is not just a matter of getting to school, but a matter of somebody getting responsibility of ensuring that those children, once they are in school, they are getting their rightful education, which is properly funded by the taxpayers. Thank you very much for standing for the rights of the child. And we, as Kenya Primary Schools Head Teachers Association, we shall endeavor to stand with Amnesty International to see to it that the rights of the Kenyan child is addressed and is taken care of. Amnesty International, we are having a forum of 10,000 physical aid teachers next month and 16,000 others online in a conference we shall be holding in Mombasa. And I would wish to welcome you to have an extension of this talk in that conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Vadeka. You have always been our friend, and we have always been a friend of the conference. Asanteni sana. And let's go back. Let's share the petition. Let's have it signed. And just a final announcement. The day before the ADC started, the Human Rights Clubs got a new addition to the family, and she's called Baby Amnesty. True story. The name? Yes, the baby is called Amnesty. And you can guess where it comes from. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much, Emily. Thank you, Mr. Mateka. Thank you for the invitation. And to the family of Eugene, we say pole, and we will do our best as human rights defenders to ensure justice for Eugene is achieved. On to the next session, which is the Rights and Freedoms Leadership Panel, which will be led by Terry Odhiambo. Terry is a lecturer here at the USIU in the Criminal Justice and the Department of Sociology and Criminal Justice. She's an accomplished and passionate conflict prevention / transitional justice specialist with over 7 years of established experience in program management and implementation and in policy development. Welcome, Terry. Please, better welcome for Mwalimu.
Good afternoon. Welcome again and welcome to USIU once more. My name is Terry Odhiambo from USIU. I'm a lecturer in the Department of Sociology and Criminal Justice, and I teach criminal justice. So without further ado, because time is running, I just want to recap quickly. Our last session, we've had discourse about the consequence of corruption and abuse of office within the judiciary. We've talked about legislative challenges to the promotion and protection of human rights and also constitutional freedoms. And we also looked at how we can revamp the UDHR and how we can insulate offices like ODPP and protect citizens' rights to fair trial. So in this current session that we are moving on to, we are going to have insightful voices in the field of human rights, law and journalism. And in this panel, we are going to discuss issues that affect the core of our society. So we are going to look at protections of human rights. We are going to look at freedom of press and also access to justice. Of course, we have to be alive to things that we are currently experiencing, like climate change, democratic recession, and also post-pandemic challenges that continue to torment us in this day and age. So allow me to introduce my panelists. I'll start with Kenya Editors Guild Council member, Diana Litton. You can come and take your seat. And then I'll call on to the Law Society of Kenya, President Eric Theuri. Kindly can come and take your seat as well. Next, I'll call the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, Assistant Director Martin Pepela. Welcome. And then lastly, the UN Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, Li Fang. Welcome. So to my panelists, because we are running late on time, I'll give you an opportunity to answer to questions, short and brief, 4 minutes, or if you can make it less, or 5 minutes max. Then we give an opportunity to our audience to also share some comments or ask some questions. So I'll start with Ms. Layton. Article 34 of the Constitution protects the freedom of press and the right of the public to know. So what have been the greatest challenges and victories around the freedom of press, especially over the last 1 year, post-election, before elections? If you can just share with us your experience around that.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. First, I'll start by introducing myself. I am not the council member, Kenya Editors Guild. My name is Diana Letion. I'm a programs officer at the Kenya Editors Guild, which is an association of editors in the country. And we look at media freedoms and professionalism in the industry. And that leads me directly to the question that I have been asked. Looking at the successes and challenges, it is always easier to start with the challenges in every situation, because the bad sometimes outweighs the good, especially in the industry that we work in. The last year, I'll just limit to the last year, the media industry or the media landscape has faced several challenges, some that we are aware of, some that we have seen in the course of our interaction with the media. Luckily, the media is a face that we interact with on a daily basis. And I think one of the one that stands out to all of us is the issue of attacks on journalists. And this has been seen across different fields. I think the most famous one that we can all relate to was the Maandamano, during the Maandamano protests, where we saw journalists being attacked by the police. We saw people posing as journalists in a bid to arrest journalists. Challenges of defamation. Afterwards, you're arrested, you're taken through the whole court process, so it's been quite tough. And the attacks on journalists just don't limit to Maandamano, but these are taken even outside the scope of day-to-day life as we know it. So attacks on journalists has grown quite significantly. And one of the things that now results to some of these things is issues of fake news and misinformation and disinformation. This has, again, been very predominant. And we are battling the credibility of the industry. Trying to fight fake news has put a significant dent in the credibility of the media as we know it. There was some time, I think Twitter or X had stopped the verification process, so we could see a lot of channels, like Citizen, for instance, a lot of media channels, proxy channels that came up and started sharing news items which were not credible. So again, questioning the credibility of the space. Hostility from state agents. This again has been seen through very verbal attacks within the social media spaces, even within the studios that we work in. We invite guests, unfortunately perhaps guests from the states, and these attacks are even brought into the studio spaces. And then I'll close by challenges with two. One is the issue of brown envelopes, and brown envelopes within the media space is a term we use to describe the susceptibility to bribery that journalists are facing. And this has been brought by different issues. There's a lot of decline in media revenue. So I'm sure some of us have had cases of journalists going for months without pay. So the decline in media revenue has contributed to a number of factors. And the issue of brown envelope is not just limited to the issue of declining revenue, but it is a fact that we also have to deal with that really affects the media industry. I think in terms of successes, the greatest success is the fact that we have a constitution that works for media, a constitution that allows media freedoms. You started by asking about Article 34. It just gives power to the media space. There are other laws that also speak to the media environment and provide an opportunity for media to work freely. We've seen a lot of collaboration within the media actors. There's an association known as the Kenya Media Sector Working Group, which brings together various media associations. Media houses are also represented here, and this just offers a space where media can come together in terms of solidarity, come together, speak to issues that affect media freedoms. And this is not limited just to media associations. We also have human rights defenders associations, and I've seen DK from Defenders Coalition, who are also a member of the Kenya Media Sector Working Group. So it's a space where media handles media issues and fights for media issues. And then lastly for me, we've seen some bolder steps being taken by the media to question status quo, to question issues of the society. And I think at the top of my mind is the scrutiny that was given to the finance bill. I think we saw a media that came out strongly to look at issues and present issues, not just do the reporting bit as media does, but actually look into the issues that were there and provide a more elaborate reporting into that. I think I'll just close with that.
Okay, thank you very much, Diana. You've mentioned about the challenges the media is facing, ranging from attacks on journalists, fake news, misinformation, disinformation, but you've also highlighted the fact that you work also with human rights defenders. But then how can the media work effectively with human rights defenders to ensure that the challenges that face freedom of press is adequately addressed?
Within the human rights defenders space, one of the things that we actually acknowledge is journalists as defenders, because the role of a journalist is to inform. The role that a journalist plays is very critical, in the sense that you end up recognizing a journalist as a human rights defender. So really you can't separate these two entities, but they're an entity that work together and work towards one common goal. So one way that the media can work together with human rights defenders is the support, the solidarity support. Acknowledge that we are all fighting for one thing. The fact that media has a platform that enables articulation of issues, the fact that human rights defenders would perhaps have more concrete details at the fingertips that provide this information that the media sometimes is looking for, allows these two groups of people to work collaboratively. I think that's one of the ways that this can happen, but also to provide a space where there's a protection of both, and a protection of both in the sense that wherever there are attacks of the media, it is human rights defenders who will always champion these rights. Whenever there is violations that are happening and perhaps human rights defenders are fighting against these violations, it is the media to report this. So I find the relationship between the media and human rights defenders very symbiotic. It's a relationship that speaks to each other, and really one cannot do without the other.
Thank you very much, Diana. I'll move to Eric. And Eric, we have thousands of lawyers in Kenya, but the quest for justice, it remains elusive and it's often delayed. So what are the major challenges, and how could human rights defenders work more effectively with the bar and expand legal empowerment, especially 2024 going forward?
Thank you, and thank you for that question. One, I don't think that we have enough lawyers for the population. We around 22 to 23,000 lawyers. Those who are in active practice are about 15,000. So when you look at our population, getting close to 50 million still means that we probably don't have enough lawyers. But that said and done, there's, of course, certain barriers, one of them being economic barriers, that sometimes the cost of hiring or having a lawyer can be a bit steep, especially when you look at the economic situation that we have in the country. The concentration of lawyers, you often find that most lawyers tend to go towards commercial work and corporate work and other services, and the human rights work is largely left to either pro bono lawyers or civil society actors that have a legal bearing, and I think those are mainly the main barriers. So what we try to do as the Law Society is to work mostly with community-based organizations to offer sometimes free legal advice, but we probably need to do more. There's been a discussion towards working with paralegals more to be able to support that, and that works very, very well in places like prisons where it is easier to have some sort of structured engagement, so that's easily done. But when you look at some of the issues that do happen within the society, you actually come to appreciate that we probably need to strengthen those relationships with the CBOs. We did one time we did our legal awareness week, and we worked with CBOs within the slum areas, and the number of cases that came out, especially on extrajudicial killings by the police, were mind-numbing, the injustices that are occurring. So admittedly, we need to do more, but again, also there ought to be, it has to be both ways, that also the community-based organizations should also be seeking to bring out some of those issues so that we can see how we can assist. So I guess that's, for me, how I see it.
Thank you very much, Eric, for that. Just to also expound on, you've mentioned you always have Legal Awareness Week, right? And it's an annual practice. Have you benchmarked maybe in other places innovative approaches that perhaps are being used to also just work on this challenge of lack of legal empowerment beyond what you usually do? Any other innovative approaches that perhaps can work?
We haven't done a benchmark as such, but whenever we have international conferences, we always try to pick how other bar organizations are dealing with this issue. The challenge we have is that even as the Law Society, we do not have enough resources to be able to support the lawyers who are giving pro bono work. That's one of the biggest challenges. If you look at the national legal aid scheme, it hasn't taken off because of, again, lack of resources. So you can have an advocate who is willing to take up cases on pro bono basis. The only problem would be that then it requires the advocate to fund that activity. And so even though someone has the spirit, but they cannot keep funding every case that they have. So the question of funding is really critical, and that's why there is a need for more stronger collaboration between other civil societies and the Law Society in this space to ensure that we are able to meet those challenges. And then I also think that perhaps one of the other things we can do is to use the law schools much more. They can be organized in a way that they can go to a community. You get maybe one experienced advocate. They can go and guide them as they talk to the community and guide them on legal issues. But when it now comes to the legal interventions, if someone has to go to court, it becomes problematic. For example, if we were to take up a case like what we have just highlighted here before, there are certain structural barriers that you're going to get. The first one would be checking on whether a postmortem was done or not. If you have to do a postmortem, then you need to have some resources. Or what we did the last time with Amnesty when we went to Kisumu, Kisii, to just document the cases of the police brutality that was undertaken. We intend to take additional action so that we can hold the police to account. But that means that we must be able to procure the postmortem reports, to procure the witnesses, have mechanisms for having those witnesses taken into witness protection if they're going to testify against police and if we identify that they are likely to be a risk. So that kind of work, when you look at it, even if somebody wants to volunteer and give his services for free, there are other ancillary costs to that, and that becomes one of our greatest barriers to just ensuring that things can work, because we are in a country where systems don't work. And and in most of these cases of injustice, it's always a case of someone else having more might than the other, or a case of laxity on the part of public officials. And so therefore, if you have to spur them into action, you need to have some sort of, someone with some sort of authority, or who is able to invoke some sort of authority to get the public bodies to take action. So all that, to a certain extent, requires resources, and I think that's one of the biggest handicaps to ensuring access to justice.
Thank you very much, Eric, for that. So funding and resources remains a very big stepping stone towards access to justice, especially in cases where perhaps human rights defenders need to step in, or the law society needs to take up cases on pro bono. So allow me to move to Martin. First, let me say happy birthday. Kenya National Human Rights Commission just celebrated a decade this year. We should have had the balloons and flowers next time. Yes, so what new thinking with all this experience you've gathered in the last few years, what new thinking is emerging around how to expand the Commission's work, especially on also future financial stability?
Thank you very much. First and foremost, it would be wrong for me to answer the question before I thank the delegates here for having elected one of my good friend, mother to my children, to the board of Amnesty International. We cannot say we campaigned, but I'm certainly sure that you saw the ability she has to offer all her necessary support to Amnesty and the country. And as a beloved husband, I will fully stand behind her to ensure that she succeeds. It is a very historical moment for us. It's the first election we have ever won as a family. Now, coming to the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, I just also want to maybe create awareness. Kenya National Commission on Human Rights is different from Kenya Human Rights Commission. Kenya Human Rights Commission is an NGO. Kenya National Commission on Human Rights is a constitutional office, or commission, as we call it. It's because I was addressing a few friends out there, and they were asking me many questions, which I eventually realized are meant for KHRC. We are KNCHR. One problem that we have, I'll start with problems, is more is expected from us, yet little has been given to us. More in the sense that we have a constitutional mandate and a statutory one to promote, protect, and fulfill human rights in Kenya. However, we have been given very little to ensure that is done. Very little from the point of staff. We have only 124 staff to serve the entire republic. Yet the required number is estimated at 464 to operate optimally. Funding-wise, we get funding from the state, but to a large extent, it is for rent and for salaries, and occasionally for fuel. So we depend mostly on our partners, and our partners, one of them is seated on my right, the other one is seated on my left. We sometimes are unable to really address some of the existential human rights violations in the country because of lack of resources. But we have the will and we have the means in terms of the brains and the technical know-how. But when it comes to the driver, that is the funding, we have a huge challenge there. And therefore, for purposes of sustainability, we cannot really talk about sustainability. What we are talking about is availability. Are we able to get these resources? And that's why now we are calling upon the state to ensure that the commission is adequately funded, and to also call upon partners, especially the human rights defenders, such that as you hold the government to account, as you hold the commission to account, please go out there and tell the same government to provide financial support to your organization, to your commission, to ensure that it watches over and oversights all areas regarding human rights. I would like to say also that perhaps there has been maybe, I don't know whether it's a plan, because I can see my mentor in silence and I've never told him, Mheshimiwa Gitobi Manyara. My father used to make me read all his articles when I was young, and it's a happy moment to see him here. There have been, I can say, emerging organizations, institutions that have been created by law to do human rights work in Kenya. The commission used to be very robust when it comes to police excesses, those years. But there was another one that was created called IPOA. So it took the mandate away from the National Commission. That means the funding also. Then there was another one that was created called National Legal Aid Council. This funding that was at the Commission for purposes of providing legal aid went to the National Council on Legal Aid. There's another one called Commission on Administrative Justice. So all excesses or all malpractices around public service that were the Commission were taken to Commission on Administrative Justice. Then there is this hot one called National Gender and Equality Commission. The funding that was for purposes of gender mainstreaming and what have you at the Commission was taken to the National Gender and Equality Commission. So where does it leave the Commission? A general overlook on human rights. Now, how do you fund the general? When you go to Treasury, they will always ask you, general, okay, when you talk about police excesses, we have IPOA. When you talk about gender and equality, we have National Gender and Equality Commission. When you talk about a DC, account commissioner, this is a public servant, it goes to CAJ. And therefore, sometimes when you see us silent, is we are still re-strategizing on how to navigate this. And that's the reason why now we are moving towards strongly economic and social cultural rights. We're not saying that we're running away from issues of police brutality, but we want to work and partner strongly with IPOA so that we support them. We provide technical support towards the whole issues of investigation from a human rights angle. Lastly, I want to say that we are not 10 years, we are 20 years. Because the 10 years is post-constitution, the new constitution is no longer new, but the commission was there under the old structure. So we are 20 years old, and we're still learning. We're doing our strategic plan for 2023-2028. We're going to emphasize more on partnerships specifically with human rights defenders, because these are our bedrock to ensure that we get the real-time information on what is going on the ground. We also intend to open new offices, and we have presented this before the Treasury. We have also presented this before JLAC in Parliament to advocate for us. And we believe that human rights defenders can also come out strongly. And we would like also to speak to Amnesty International too, also because they have a very good network to push that the National Commission should have presence in the entire country, in all the 47 counties, because currently we are only in 5 regions. 5 regions, that is one in Wajir to cover Northeastern. Anyone who has ever been to Northeastern, it starts from Tana River here all the way to Mandera. You can imagine that if you have a human rights violation, we expect somebody from Mandera to go all the way to Wajir to report. Not easy. Kitale, covering all the way to Lokichokio. Kisumu, covering the entire Nyanza and Western, and then Mombasa covering the entire coast. We have a smaller one in Nyahururu now to cover the entire Mount Kenya region. It is not working very well when it comes to access. And to a large extent, I will say personally that that is a form of discriminating other taxpayers, because a person from Meru will also want to access the commission but cannot, has to come all the way to Nairobi. So we want to improve our presence by ensuring that the government funds new stations, new offices within the Republic to ensure access. I think I will rest my discussion at that point.
Okay, thank you very much, Martin. I think one emergent theme that is coming out is the issue of funding across the different conversations that we've had. And thank you for sharing that you are re-strategizing to see how best you can move forward as a commission, and also just how best you can partner with some of the institutions that you have mentioned here. And we are also happy to note that you are a family of human rights defenders. So next, let me allow Li Fang to also delve into the conversation. Li, in the next few months, maybe 2 months, the Universal Declaration on Human Rights is celebrating its 75th anniversary. So how do you think the state can recommit and give life to international human rights obligations that they signed up for?
Thank you, and indeed it is a year of anniversaries and birthdays. So the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights will be on the 10th of December this year. And we've been marking this through a year-long initiative called the Human Rights 75 Initiative. And I think that there was a discussion in the first panel about the relevance of the UDHR today and what it represents. It is a set of common global commitments that all states have signed on to. It represents universal rights and it represents indivisible rights. And I think that the indivisibility is really key, because we've heard discussions today about fundamental freedoms in terms of expression, association, assembly, freedoms of the media. And we've also heard about the inequalities, the current challenges that people are facing in terms of economic, social and cultural rights, also about rule of law and accountability. And I think that these are all indivisible, because you can't enjoy one right without the other. And often one right, for example, we've seen it's actually sometimes the violations of economic and social rights, or grievances about economic and social rights, which will drive others to take up their voices in the street or elsewhere. So I think that just to set the scene first, I think that we can say that today these rights are still as relevant as they were 75 years ago, if not perhaps more so, because we are seeing globally and across the continent an increasingly divided world. We're seeing increasing inequalities, which are exacerbated by rising inflation across the world and economic shocks. There's been renewed conflict and instability across the continent, but also globally. And then very, very critically, there's the climate emergency. And we're seeing how this is impacting in Kenya through the El Nino. So I think that this is really the time to come together collectively to renew our efforts to ensure that the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and human rights are the glue that bind together our efforts at different levels on peace and security, on development, on climate action, on governance and on rule of law. And how can the state in Kenya recommit to give life to these human rights commitments and obligations? I think that it's also a very important year for Kenya, celebrating 60 years of independence, and many have spoken to the trajectory that Kenya has been through, and also the fact that where the country has come from single-party politics to a more pluralistic society. So I think that this is also the opportunity to see how we can reflect upon the journey of human rights in Kenya and what the vision is beyond to the next stage, to the next 25 years of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. I think that there's the key tool, the key pillar is the Constitution, the Katiba, which really provides the Bill of Rights, the recognition of the rights in the Universal Declaration, in the Constitution, also in the fundamental principles of governance, which include human rights, social justice, and public participation. And then Article 43, which talks about economic, social and cultural rights and looking at its progressive realization. I think that this is really, this needs to be the bedrock, and defending the Constitution and the values that are set out within. And I think that this is, there's many parts of the state which play a role in this. And in the first panel we had representatives from Parliament, from the judiciary, there's also from key institutions, and then also the executive. These are all institutions that play a role in upholding the constitutional values, as we heard in the first panel. And maybe just reflecting on also the role that can be played by the international community and also the national human rights community. I think that a very big part of, and this is what's important to reflect on today in your delegates conference, the people play a big role in advancing human rights, and you all know that, you've been reflecting on this. And I think this is through making your voice heard, particularly your voice heard as young people, making voices heard from all across Kenya, so we're not just hearing part of the conversation. We're also looking at how human rights becomes a reality on the ground all across Kenya. I think that it's really important to encourage participation and engagement in some of the discussions about policies, laws, governance processes, being involved in things which you may not think are just human rights, but even in things around budget processes, they are about human rights, because you can't, as Martin was saying, you can't deliver on human rights mandates without allocations. You can't deliver on the right to health without allocations or the right to education. And I think that everybody plays a role to also counter discrimination and inequalities, to really fight for justice and equality and equal enjoyment of human rights by all. In terms of the international community, we are here to stand with national actors to support journeys on the realization of human rights. And I think this is through diverse partnerships and working with many actors across Kenya at different levels and different places, and trying to encourage dialogue and collaboration, because this is not something that government can do alone, or that civil society can do alone, or that human rights defenders can do alone. It is something that has to be a collective effort, and we have to work together.
Thank you very much, Lee. What you're saying is we all have a role to play. We all have a role to play in the quest for promoting human rights and access to justice. Allow me to stop there. We are really behind time, but allow me to also thank my great panelists for sharing insights on issues around access to justice, press freedom, and also how we can promote national and international human rights at national and international spaces. So we can thank them with a clap. We still have an opportunity to network during lunch and during the breakaway sessions. So I apologize for not allowing any questions for this session because of time. Thank you very much.
Okay, so real quick, we are going to move to the next sessions. And for these sessions, I would like to remind you, I'd like to remind you guys about those numbers that you took earlier on in the morning. So for now, those are the numbers that we're going to use for the next sessions. Awesome. Just a moment. So there will be ushers outside to direct most of you to your next sessions where you will be headed to. But there will be two groups that are going to remain in here. That is, first group will be the right to expression. So that is group number 1. That means if you add number 1 as your number, you're going to remain in the room. And then group number 2, which is right to assembly, you're going also to remain in here. And then group number 3, you're going to go to LT2, that's the lecture hall, LT2. The ushers are going to direct you. And then group number 4, you're going to B1. Group number 5, you're going to B3. And then group number 6, you're going to B4. So just to repeat the same, group number 1 and group number 2, you are remaining here. Group number 3, you're going to LT2. All right, group number 4, you're going to B1. Group number 5, you're going to B3. Group number 6, you're going to B4. So can we all do that real quick? And then we're having like 20 minutes of the sessions. Then we come back, we wrap up, we go for lunch, and we finish up. So if I can have the volunteers for the groups, especially those that are going outside the auditorium. You guys, you can start exiting.
Okay, let us see whether the expressionists are faster than the assemblists. So allow me to invite very quickly, for those of you who are in the room, Getobu Imanyara, I think you are on this side of the room, appropriately on the left. Yes, and Dimas Kiprono, who now has a new email address. He will explain that one. We actually only need pardon? The sessions, yeah, but unfortunately no speakers. So you'll just... Let me invite those of you who are sitting towards the back, with no offense intended, you are looking untidy. If I can request you to move forward so that we do not have any chairs empty here. Yeah, that one got your attention. You're like, what do you mean I'm untidy? Do you know it took me ages to do my hair that way? Okay, come forward. I'm told that one is hate speech. Yeah, Getobu and Dimas will tell you whether that was hate speech. They're supposed to be 30. Okay, let me invite on this side of the room, and we won't use microphones because we've got two sessions here, so you'll have to listen carefully. Let me invite Kamau Goge, who is sometimes known as DK, which I don't understand because KN, it would be KN, not anyway, don't. He's coming here. And then let me request those of you who are sitting at the back, if you can move forward and sit on a chair, and if there's a bag on the chair, please sit on that bag. Okay, it is just a cushion for the purpose of this conversation. Come forward a little bit, particularly you, those of you at the back. So the three of you, and Levy, let's see, no, actually Levy, you have to stay there. The three of you, there are 3 seats here just waiting for you. Okay, I'm going to stop using the mic.
Kuna ile bana ile picha ya bana. This one.
Yeah.
Can I get this? Yeah. Yeah.
Ready. Zadi, unaweza nisikia through the camera? Okay.
All right, thank you all viewers for joining us for the Annual Delegates Conference on the state of freedoms and rights in Kenya in 2023. Let's continue to empower rights, ignite change, and shape tomorrow. See you next year. Thank you. Good.
Thank you.